And here we are. Very good, very, very good. Systems check. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. All right. We continue with blackmail in Whitechapel. Let's load in. As a reminder, we haven't really slept, at least truly to my knowledge. Alright. Let's get that cursor out of here. Alright. Just practice with the sword a touch. Alright. Make sure we're full. It's kind of strange to have the cursor mid-screen, but alright. So, when last we left off, we were looking at the end of Whitechapel. I cannot, so I need common handle parts for my sword. I need common trigger parts for the gun. At least I did get and tiny good handle parts for the Prewin stake. As well as things I could recycle or break down. Which I probably will, but I'm just gonna like hold off before I do that. Alright. Oh, I'm out of serums actually. I should definitely make more of those. Oh, look at that cross-section of man and monster. Alright. So, chapter select, not quite yet. So, most people are recovering. I do not have the treatment for migraine, and I have not even met Mason Swanborough, so I can't begin to comment on him. And I also don't have treatment for headache. Now, Dorothy Crane, or Dorothea, was like the person that we were trying to follow after. Can I, like... Okay, there we go. It was just very strange to have the cursor, like, still be up in the middle of the screen. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to, on the map, try and find Dorothea.
I cannot enter.
Ah, that's right. The old I cannot enter. And reason we're gonna go looking for her. Nope. That's the run button. There we go. The reason we're looking for Dorothea is supposedly because I spared her.
It's locked.
She holds the key for me to be able to get the last blueprints to be able to cure people. And even though a lot of people in this game are very shitty, I am committed in this particular playthrough to the Hippocratic Oath. Now, in other playthroughs, which it looks like I might have to do at least one other playthrough maybe, I will be much less scrupulous and much more slurpy. Oh, you're the shithead, aren't you?
Evening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hang on 1 minute. God damn this cursor. Alright. Follow this road back. Okay, so this merchant is the guy.
How long have we known each other? Fancy buying something?
You never... Right then.
Alright. So what do you have? Some of these things are actually worthwhile. But 80 shekels is a lot. That's right, I have like dark vision. This is the print. Okay. So I found my way back around.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Now, at the very end, when we left Dorothea and Petresco's little slice of heaven here, we got attacked. So it's possible Dorothea is, like, gone, and we just need to go back to the hospital. But I do want to try and find her again.
Yes?
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflet.
Goodbye, Mr.
Strangely still highlighted, even though I feel like I went through that path. Dorothy Crane's dispensary. This could also help us if we manage to find things like this. Cabinets with supplies in them, which frankly I was a little too distracted by the import of what I was doing to actually go run around and loot. But now that it seems like the dispensary is empty, I do not have such qualms. Also, there was someone here whose blood we took to analyze back at the hospital. It was this guy. It was this guy who was like behaving really weirdly and going almost into that frenzy that we know the, I'm gonna call them thralls, get into.
I cannot enter.
Alright. So, not a worthless endeavor, but there's more here later, looks like. Now, we're going back to the hospital. Oh hey, we finally unlocked the door. Don't cough in public. Don't you dare. Hello, sir. Are you dead? Oh, you're just dead. I'm sorry. bottle of alcohol, rusty box of pills. This... Okay, the hooker, the reporter.
I'm cheap.
And I'm not able to fast travel, am I? I'm not. Oh, and this door has been unlocked. Alright. All I had to do was get the path back. Excellent, all up the way around. I thought the bush was like the silhouette of a person leaning against a wall and I was preparing for a fight.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Yes. But why am I commenting on it now?
Kill him, boy!
Ah! So it's an ambush.
Burn it, boys! Die, Vernie! Burn! That's what you get! Down! Finish it! Filthy fucking beast! Crush the leech, boys! Die, Vernie!
Drink. There we go. Drink and heal and bleed. God, improving my stake deals so much fucking stun damage. It's crazy.
Burn it, boys! Die, Vernie!
Gotta heal.
That's what you do, leeches! Crush the leech, boys! Die, Vernie!
Yeah, the Bloodlands is my like major damage dealer at the moment. Though obviously the sword ain't doing nothing. Okay. One down. One to go. Alright, Vincent Sheen. Drink. Alright. A nice return to form. Now, if there's a surrounding building, I feel we're obliged to check it. I feel like at one point we did go in that particular side building. Though I will also check around this plaza, because people leave the darndest things about. Lots more grease and screws in the trash. which will definitely help for upgrading the guns. The hospital probably won't understand and will just be despairing a little bit because, like, oh god, Dorothy Crane. I think I told her to resign or something like that from Pembroke. That sounds like what happened.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Do you need medical attention? I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead. Please show me what you have to sell. Of course.
Trinkets, curios, and that sort of thing. Alright, Lady Ashbury. Let's not delay her too much more. She's been waiting for a resolution from us and is going to give us the lowdown of vampirism. Get that cursor out of the way.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Compassion only hides her appetite.
Hiding your true appetites behind a facade of compassion. Bravo. Very clever indeed.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
Finally!
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well, but I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, We have come to a mutual understanding.
Also, let me know if the game volume needs to be turned up some.
And no one suspected you of the murders.
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
What type of vampire is a Scar?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then.
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Skulls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
I sip beyond that lore.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
The calamity, or whatever it was called. The disaster?
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society, and like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Now time to talk about me.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
And that's something where, and I've tried not to read too much into it, but one of the achievements for the game is along the lines of, hey, you know, don't kill anyone and prevent people from dying as often as you can. If you try to turn Dorothea without knowing how it's done, I think she just becomes a skjall.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires, but all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
I bid you farewell. For now, Melly. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
All right. We got the lore. So, in the reason that they split hairs, among other things, is that the werewolf beast in the sewers and others like it, I'm pretty sure we're essentially vampires. Or at the very least, we're classified as another form. I feel like I would have looted these cabinets. Perhaps they restocked? I feel like some of these are locked. Yes. Yes. M. Goswick's medical file. Mortimer Goswick, male, age 23, followed by Dr. Ackroyd. The patient shows many signs of extreme fatigue and major sores on the throat, mouth, and tongue, but no sign of flu. Refuses to speak, claims it's too painful, needs rest and healing of throat mucous membrane before any decision can be made about his release. Mortimer intended to take his own life, but he's not infected with the Spanish flu. Okay.
It's locked.
I mean, even if HIPAA does exist, we are a doctor. We do have access to medical files. Harvey? Interesting. Light stamina serum.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scows. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
All right. Causes and effects. Chapter 3. Now, I am going to try and speak with the young boy about this new clue.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
All right.
I have to go now, sir.
Doctor.
So let's see. Burn after reading. Oh, gross. Hang on. Also, is there...
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Milton.
Get over here now!
What? What do you want?
Hey, Doc.
You're lucky to be alive.
Of course.
I'll leave.
Please, I feel sick. Get over here now.
He's being a shithead. Poplar Falberg. Alright. A new hideout. The Goswick Flat. My dear mother, when you find this letter, I'll be gone. I want you to know that I don't leave because of you. I leave this world because of the crushing weight that existence puts upon me. These times are too much. Sometimes I feel like Baudelaire's verses have been written as an echo from my own heart. When the low, heavy sky weighs like a lid upon the spirit aching for the light, it's all the wide horizon's line is hid by a black day sadder than any night. It's as beautiful as it is painful. I can't suffer it anymore. I don't want you to try to convince me, and would only delay the inevitable, for I would do it again if by any chance you manage to save me once.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving it to his mother. Fertile is the belly of the beast. Is it this one? No, it's one of these, yes? The origin of vampires. Vampires create their foul progeny with blood. Some of us witness the process even. But what's really going on there? Is it the only way for a vampire to breed? Let's review what we know. When willing to create a progeny, a vampire will not bite but give its blood to drink. Many of the victims die when bitten, but some of them survive and turn into leeches themselves. This only happens when they have assimilated the vampire blood one way or another. It's not the predator's bite, but it's blood that infects the victim, who will turn if he or she survives the suffering of the metamorphosis. It also seems that a vampire can breed by having intercourse? Don't know if that's true. Sexual intercourse between vampire and human rarely produces any birth, but some of them tried anyway. Gestation is only a few weeks short and the pain is almost unbearable. If she's mortal, she will not survive. The vampire comes out of her womb by tearing apart her entrails. I feel like this is fake as shit. If the mother is a blood drinker, it'll probably survive and regenerate. The newborn vampire will grow into an adult vampire in only a few months. Yeah, this feels like horse shit.
It's locked, all right.
Alright, so the safe is locked. I will at least look about, highlighted. I can see that there are enemies that are level 10 out there, which is consistent with my current level, so wouldn't be surprised if this is the next area we head to. But yeah, no. Trust me when I say I have zero intent of giving this shit to his mother.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now, please, let me be.
100 shillings. Fuck yeah.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Investigation succeeded. Hell yeah. Now there is one thing I wanted to do, which was I wanted to find the guy, Oswald Thatcher, who needs the treatment for head. I mean, to be fair, and I know that I haven't rested in a little bit, so I'm gaining a fair amount of experience. If I don't rest, things don't progress in terms of people getting healthier or sicker, which is bad for Whitechapel, kinda. But it also means I can delay until I get the recipes for a treatment for headache.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
Well, this is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I may turn London to my realm. It's too dangerous, or I have thought about it. Let's go for the one that's not fucking ludicrous. I think I may turn London into... Alright. Here's the thing, Aniyha. My personal thought is I have thought about it. If you really want me to, I can hit I may turn London to my realm. But if I do a second playthrough, it's my thought I would do it then. Alright, I have thought about it.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
The eye was in the tomb. Okay. And that means our mother is still alive. So many fucked up things could happen.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Alright, so we have how many shillings? 530. Oh, Dr. Swansea, new dialogue available. Hold on.
Sorry you ended up like playing in a cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry.
Hold up. Swansea, why didn't you tell me? While I was talking with you.
I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Priwen. Zealots to the last man.
Where did they come from?
Once they shared the Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention. But they concluded vampires were a scourge.
They're definitely well organized and equipped.
They're extremely dangerous, not to be trifled with. To them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes, Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
I actually think this one.
She was blackmailing Lady Ashbury. Thought she was murdering patients as some sick upper-class game.
Nurse Crane was playing a dangerous game. She's lucky Lady Ashbury abhors violence.
This is the one guy who
We'll talk
understands, like, what's going on with Lady Ashbury. So if he knows, like, hey, she was blackmailing Lady Ashbury, he's like, oh, nope, nothing more said. All right. Name of mercy, they depend on you. All right, so hang on one sec. Just gonna look at something here.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
They belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the first place.
Okay. So, the reason I was looking at that, and the reason that I'm trying... I mean, obviously, getting the cures means that going forward, I can try and help more people. Especially the one poor bastard who has a headache in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and just try and find Dorothy. In fact, I could probably... Actually, I can't really save manually. That's right, this game's auto-save only. But we unlocked all the shortcuts. So hopefully this will be a mite faster. Whitechapel still serious. And thankfully it's the case where I'm not going to instantly lose if I have to rest or make things happen in terms of headache guy. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Librarians. I'm looking for... Here it is.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Doctor.
Skip this. Greetings, friends.
It's locked.
Locked again. I feel like she should be here. Unless I have to sleep to make her spawn. I'll try that at the nearest hideout, and if it doesn't work when I come back, then I'll just know, like, hey, you can't do this yet. Alright, so hook left around. Yep, and evolve too. That's fair. There's a flickering light that signals some shit going down. Rat blood is not as potent or tasty as a human source. To bed then. And to evolve. Alright. Ultimates. Let's see if I can. 1,000 points is within range. The Beast. The Abyss. You create a shadow target at a vortex at your target's feet. Coming to life, the shadows interrupt an enemy in the area and inflict tremendous damage. Or Blood Cauldron. Boil your target's blood, causing it to violently explode. Dealing damage to the target and anything nearby. Okay. Also, through this process, a vampire regenerates and absorbs part of the blood. Release their prey after a few seconds, leaving damaging blood cells within them. So it... okay. So you're modifying blood cells. Summoning shadows. Capture the prey, toy with it. And they strike. Because of its dark nature, the type ability cannot be used too often. Transports around them. I'm gonna take fucking... I see my comrade get got by a vampire by Lou and getting his blood exploded. Nah, son, you're just submitting to that vampire. Alright, cost of 400 blood. Or no, hang on. It gives you 400 blood. No cost. Okay. One thing I would like to do is maybe make my recovery stronger. This thing. Level 12 required and level 12 required. And then 2,000 for that. Trade instant health gain for greater regeneration. Or trade more health or more blood to heal yourself instantly and a boost on the health regeneration. Okay. So we just need to make sure we have 2,000 for level 12 to do that. What about Blood Spear? Blood Spear can be upgraded. Blood up, cost down. Seems good. Better Blood Spear. And in theory, I could make 3 Blood Spheres compared to the base ability ranged and individual damage. So this is like shotgun versus continuing to upgrade the bigger. Okay. And oh, I remember now. So these numbers are the amount of blood damage it does. Like 200 physical damage, 600 shadow, so 400 blood. So as it goes on, it deals this much more damage. So it went from 190 to 230, while also reducing the cost in blood. Do not cancel. Confirm. This also brings us to level 13. Okay, major district events. The more lives you take, the unhealthier a district becomes. Futile police raids in Whitechapel. The rumors that surround Whitechapel are ripening into facts. In the last 3 months, the police have suspected the district of housing what may be the heart of London's medicinal black market. But these suspicions will remain assumptions, for no task force or additional police presence have been sent to Whitechapel. No large drug stocks have been found, nor no crime lords arrested. This masquerade has only been planned as a desperate attempt to conceal the blatant incompetence of the London City's Board of Health by giving the populace a cheap and easy victory while the epidemic spreads more and more each day. Worst of all, when you take the time to review the most recent statistics, you discover the district of Whitechapel is coping with disease much better than other parts of the city. Is it a miracle? Evidence the activity of an illegal but efficient medical underground? More proof of the authorities' criminal incompetence? All I know is this. If a Londoner has a better chance to survive the epidemic by choosing to live in this godforsaken borough, I'm ready to move to any cheap, flea-infested flat some shady landlord will agree to rent me right now. And that's the guy. So we're at 90%. So Whitechapel went from serious actually to healthy. Or just above stable. Pembroke is 99%. And unfortunately, with the docks, we haven't gone back there yet. So aside from these couple of people, we don't know shit about the docks. I assume we'll be tasked with going back there eventually. And then a new and unknown district. Hell yeah, Whitechapel's healthy. And we know why it's healthy. We know why. Yeah, give me that smug, like fucking PO3. Alright, so this is that. And it's through here, I think. Knock, knock.
Hello, Mr. Patrol.
Hello, Doc.
Alright. Well, things have changed. There's a person in that bed now. Dorothy!
Welcome back, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, nurse. How should I address you? Dorothy? Dorothea? Miss Crane?
Dorothy is all right. If you don't mind me calling you Jonathan.
That's fine with me.
What can I do for you then, Jonathan?
Trade.
Show me what you have in stock, please.
Yes! Give me that shit. And a sturdy blood sample that you could use to create regeneration serums. I'll take that.
Welcome back, Jonathan.
Do you need medical help, Dorothy?
I'm a professional nurse. Rest assured, I'll ask for your help if I need it.
Do you trust me?
You forced me to resign after you caught me trying to save a dying patient. Of course I trust you. You're a blackmailer, just like me.
That's brilliant sarcasm. That's brilliant sarcasm because I genuinely don't know what side of the hand she just slapped me with.
Are you not afraid of dying? The epidemic is deadly and very contagious.
I'm more afraid of being locked in a cell. I've seen what most hospitals do to the sick staff. They keep them hidden to avoid panic.
I hope you've stopped jeopardizing this facility with your illegal business, Dorothy.
Yes, I have. Most of the time. But the blackmail money is too useful to stop it completely. I just target less dangerous people.
Why did you blackmail Lady Ashbury? She's a generous person. You could have asked her for money directly.
She killed those patients, I'm sure of that. I know you like her, but that gingerhead has a taste for blood.
Who is the current victim?
I would rather you did not know. You are my client, not my accomplice. Besides, I'm much more cautious since the first time you found me.
Tell me about yourself, Dorothy.
There is not much to say. My real name is Dorothea Crasciunescu. I was born in Romania, and I may have been the best nurse Pembroke ever had, before you fired me.
Do you regret your time at Pembroke?
I missed the energy. There was so much to do, so much to learn. Even though I was double-crossing the board, I felt I was part of something worthwhile there.
Do you think about going back to Romania once the war is over and the epidemic here has been contained?
Jonathan, this war will be over long before you will see any improvement in Whitechapel's sanitary situation.
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I don't know whether you have undertaken your own patrols or examinations, but local health seems stable.
How are things going in the dispensary?
Things are going fine since we made our arrangement.
Do you have many patients?
A few, but most of them just pass through and go back home, especially since those vigilantes stormed the building on the night you were here.
Have there been any more attacks by the uniformed men?
No. It looks like they have found another business to extort.
Alright. Oh wait, hang on.
How are things going in the dispensary?
Things are going fine.
Oh, it was just lit up for
Goodbye.
some reason. Alright. We got it. Let's head back to a thing, and we'll figure out the creations we need. We also need to actually track down these people, because Lord knows I haven't fucking seen many of these shits.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
There's migraine. Okay, so that's one that we know for sure we need. So we need one headache, one migraine. Oh, look at that. The ultimate thing of just, like, make your blood explode. Okay. Analyze the strange formula. Yes! Fuck yeah. Ooh, and analyze a sturdy blood sample for a true regeneration serum. Okay, so you need one headache. It's just got opium in it. One migraine. It's just got more opium in it. Alright, so migraine. We don't know what's going on with Mason Swanborough. But headache there. And a treatment for fatigue, which I think we have. Obviously, we're not going back anytime soon, but fatigue is common. Okay. So that's Harry. Is up and in an alley. Or something similar. Dead inside. Let's see. Cigarette case and small bottle. Shillings. I'm having difficulty remembering if I came through here or not. I think this was the oh, this is just the way you normally get into the thing, and then you unlock these doors. Got it. Oh. Okay. All right. Make your heart explode. More shillings. I'm kind of curious about the door, though. It looks like the blood pattern pools this way, which would imply someone got attacked and then locked themselves in there. But oh. There we go. And drop out. Now, according to this, because I'm looking for that Mason fellow on top of keeping my eye out for everyone else, is that apparently between the cemetery and the church, there's a house. This is obviously the church. So through here then, I guess? It says the skull-infested area between them. This definitely seems like it. Make your blood explode, make your blood explode, make your blood explode. It also makes you a corpse bomb, too. It's fucking brutal. So one of these houses has a person in it, apparently. Provided that I'm reading this right. Kind of confused, because according to the, and I would probably have to watch like a video guide, which I'll do maybe tomorrow. It says Mason Swamborough, Whitechapel citizen, could be found in his house, which is in the skull-infested area between the church and the cemetery. Have to fight a large group of high-level skulls to reach him. I'm gonna guess that this qualifies. Yeah, whatever. He's inside his house. So it literally does not tell you which house, just tells you he's inside his house. So can I can't go through there. I'll run through one more time and maybe like try to pull up a video on my lap. But otherwise, I'm just going to say, fuck it, you know what? If you're hiding this well and you can't be fucking bothered to come out, then, yeah, you die. And the community is a little worse for you being dead. Fuck you. Here. I'll at least take a look and see what the fuck is up. I'm also concerned because it's saying to the effect of, like, Mason requires level 3 hypnosis. Or something. Alright, where to find him? Okay, hang on. The person that I'm looking at has like a map location here. Alright, hang on. Past the poet. Oh.
Hello again. Very well.
Editor refusal letter. Dear Mr. Nithercott, thank you for sending your book of poems, Songs from the Defeated City, which we found as interesting and profound as we told you the first time we received it. Alas, in the terrible times our country is currently facing, you must understand that such a title is totally inappropriate for any publication. Thus, since you still refuse to change your title and demand the full publication or none of your work, I'm sorry to announce that Sycophant Publishing chose the second option.
Silent flower. Good evening, Mr.
And good evening.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Fuck. Okay. Yep.
I'll leave.
That hits. Yeah, it's an oof. Alright, so through here then. Whitechapel Old Road. That's what's described. Explode your blood, explode your blood, explode your blood. Reverend Kane. Lead rod.
Man stunned me with his face. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Where's the guy who was shooting at me? This guy. Kill you with the sip. There we go. So first off, these were not Skell. And if I find this fucker's house right here, I'm gonna be pissed at the linguistics of these fuckers, I guess. I don't know. The reading comprehension is the words I was looking for. Run. Now this. Ooh, okay. This is promising. Explode your blood, explode your blood, explode your blood. Ooh. Devastating corpse bomb. I don't have a ton of blood. Okay, this definitely seems like it's leading me up towards the door of a house.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
Mesmerize level 3 required. Fuck.
All right. I shan't insist.
Do I at least know... Okay, so he has a migraine. So I'll make another treatment for migraine another time. If I track this and follow Holy Crusade, let's see where that brings me. So the preacher sent his fucking disciple, which I feel like has to be... Hang on. So this is Father Tobias Whitaker. Is it that person? Or no? Barrett Lewis, and Joe, Harry Peterson. The Palmers are those guys. Bates is the asshole. Patrisco, Camellia. So literally the only person we don't know about is what looks like a girl. But that couldn't be Samuel, could it? I mean, I probably shouldn't have assumed, right? Time to make your blood explode. Blood explode. Blood explode. It's time to make your blood explode. All the live long day. Maybe Samuel is from like a different district as soon as I walk in. Stonebridge Cemetery. Maybe the cemetery is its own district? Curious decision. Whitechapel, Pembroke. Unknown district. Let's see where this person lands. Or... Oh, a strange formula was right here. I didn't have... A widow in distress. Hang on.
My mother would die if she were to see me in this state. I must wait.
I hear the widow in distress. I don't see the widow in distress. It also looks like I should be able to, like, vault this, right? But the game's very much like, nope, you can't. Also, I'm curious what that means. My mother would die if she saw me in this state. What does that mean? Also, is this a new hideout? New hideout. Cool. Alright. So we'll craft another treatment for a migraine, which will drain us of most of our opium reserves. That might be true with the veins and stuff all over his face, but on the other hand, like... It says reach the Stonebridge Cemetery. Maybe it's the wrong time of... Well, no, it would always be night, right?
Mother, why have you come here? This is proving far worse than I imagined. Avery, I leave you to care for my mother. I'm in no state to comfort her. Avery, I leave you to care for my mother. I'm in no state to comfort her.
It's very strange, all told. I guess I'll just try to go around. Emphasis on try. Can't imagine you can go out in the day. That's what I'm thinking. But no, it's essentially like I can't let her see me, like, because she'll probably know something's up. All right, through here, and we'll try to head out another path and then see where that takes us. Because there's the entire other way we could be going, right? Which is just like through the front entrance. But instead it looks like we took the back path. The man's just rummaging in the garbage, yet I'm insistent on fucking him up. Very poor stamina management on my part there. Thankfully, I am neither a God-fearing mother nor a resident of Turf Island. Resident of Turf Island? That's a new one on me. Get off me. Taking a lot of blood samples off these guys. 5 shillings off a body. Don't know why I looted it, but I did. Oh, hi. Hello. I could hear like a bear snarl in there. Nice ass. But yeah, I felt like I heard like a bear snarl in the soundbite for his thing there. I did not intend
For blood.
with a fucking sword. This is a time of guns, but my man's still fighting with a sword. Okay. Where the hell am I? I'm in, like... I am in a main street. There's a lot of shit about. More shillings. This is where the guy came from. Box of pills. We can break that down. But this is one of those white-eyed named fuckers, I imagine. So we're gonna nuke you down without prejudice. Get off, please. Alright, let's see what we got here. A large box of pills. A lot of stuff we should be breaking down, to be fair. Or selling. A wool scarf. A beautiful and warm woolen scarf with a traditional Romanian pattern. Ah, fuck. That was probably a quest item for someone. Let me see if something popped up. Find out to whom the scarf belongs. Christina Papa and Clayton Darby. I mean, to be fair, Whitechapel is the place of Romanian immigrants, so... Alright, so if there's nothing in this box, then we're free to keep moving. Take a left here. And just keep an eye out for valuables. Finding lots of bits of aluminum, which is nice. We'll go back and we'll try to find the guy with the migraine. Heal him. As well as we can see if Clayton Darby is willing to talk with us. Or...
Good evening, Christina.
Change your...
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
Hint failed? Huh. And Clayton Darby hint failed.
Goodbye, miss.
Son's father. There's that. Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I personally wouldn't know any better. Have I been in this house before? I feel like I've been in this house previously. Is this again how you get up to the hideout? I just feel like if there's a bloodstained door... Gotta open it. Gotta figure out what's in that bloody hand-printed door. Yeah, this is the same place. Okay, we've been here before. Side note that we... Oh yeah, we did find Mason. Fuck, okay. I was about to complain that we didn't find Mason, but I remember we did find him. It's just we need level 3 vampirism. Or mesmerize. Which I'm pretty sure is a skill that you upgrade. Or either that or it's something you kind of inherently upgrade as you sippy on more people. But once again, I'm pretty sure that killing and slurping on people validates some kind of achievement. Anyways. There is a lot to keep track of, kinda, so. We just out here doing our best. And the last thing I want to do in this district before we skedaddle and try to go back to the cemetery in earnest is find... So that's Loretta. Usually it's around Loretta I remember finding... Is it through here? It is. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
But you can.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
Hey! Achievement! Hippocratic Oath! Alright.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper.
And, hang on, let's see it. Benjamin Palmer, recovering. Now, I don't know anything about this Whitechapel widow. I'm going to assume she's the one that's like... Okay, so I have level 2 mesmerize. I don't know how that's calculated, if I'll be honest with you. Anyways. We're good to go. We're gonna start heading out of this district. Here's the street. We're headed straight back to Pembroke, and then we'll take the way from Pembroke, which is, I would presume, the intended direction. At least my map direction hasn't failed me so far. Lead rod. Okay. Shard. This was the house that was like step 1 of the vampire girls thing. This seems like the correct street, though. Blackball, Faubourg. The amount of rats scurrying around, I was gonna say. Seems like we should have a hideout soon. And this certainly seems like it might be a hideout. Or just a place with a lot of loot. curious as to where I'm going. Whitechapel Street. Really? I'm here from a curious direction then. I'll be honest, I don't know the purpose of this room. And I don't know specifically why I'm like right here. I'm just kind of flushing out possibilities and going along with it. Seems like we might come here as a chase later, or maybe earlier. Ah, but there's options. Stonebridge Cemetery. Secret case and more bullets. Mine. You, sir. You're part of my new 2-for-1 special. You die, and your friend dies free. Gotcha. I gotta love the stamina recovery while I sleep. This is very nice.
Are you dead? Leech! Watch out! Watch it! It's a killer!
Oh, well, this will be the closest opportunity I've got right now. My bullets are made of blood. It's like he doesn't know that his heart has been fucking popped. That he's about to have an arterial explosion. I'll be honest, I'm not even sure if I'm necessarily supposed to be in this district. Take as much scrap as I can, though. Let's see what's down here right quick. In the trash and the gutter. Flawless. That one will be locked. Is this the same sewer place as before? with the wolf and everything? I don't think it would be. Be careful when selling items. Trust me, unless I am tremendously close to a weapon or a gun or a stake upgrade. And even then, I'll be honest, I use the stake much more than I use the gun. That, yeah. I'm not... But let's see what's in here. I should have used the corpse bomb ability on him first, but minor blood loss. Huh. Your heart's not exploding. In fact, it seems I got refunded the ability, so maybe warpers can't have their blood taken. Blech. Watery blood sample. Yeah, after that much expansion, it would be pretty watery. Got you both. Ow. Get off, please. Just want to drink from you both. That's such a difficult quest. Phew. Gotcha. Snatch from these folks. Extermination of the rodents. No mercy, no excuse, no forgiveness. These are simple rules all members of the club shall apply when dealing with skulls. Whenever you face one, exterminate it. Whenever you suspect a vampire of creating skulls, report them immediately to Virgil Benshaw and to myself. Skulls are a permanent threat, for these despicable creatures have no control of their appetite or their primitive instincts. The only case when a skull can be momentarily spared is as long as he can provide us really useful information for our projects. In any other cases, London must be cleansed. Alright, well, at least someone writes as if they know what they're talking about. No guarantee they do, but it sounded like something similar. At least it's not fanfic, so there's that. But to be fair, I don't know if a lady like Lady Ashmore would discuss intercourse with us. there's a moment where you can warp up to here. Hello, big boy. I'm ready for you this time. Stamina. Just need to recover it. Gotcha. Box of pills, nice.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
An unreadable text with the title in Roman alphabet, Cure for Blindness? Occult Oculus. New investigation. I'm going to finish up the rest here, just in case there's more down this tunnel, but that is a fascinating assertion. So this will teleport us out. My only hope is that it doesn't teleport us out in a different way than, like, the other exit. Otherwise, I'll have to sit through 2 loading screens just to figure it out. I'll be honest, I thought it was just, like, a regular door, but... I also should check and make sure that certain processes are closed, just to give my computer less of a hard time. Alright, so this door is unlocked. Previously was locked. Pro and rookie. I'm going to... well, first off, let's look. See if we can track... Find someone who can read Braille. Oh, Mason. Mason's blind. Okay. I am still gonna investigate inside there. Let's see. Alright, let's see if there's an extra loading zone here.
It's locked.
This door requires a code to be opened. Okay, I'm glad I went back. Okay, so I did just look at something, and it's obviously not explained in the game, or at least I don't remember it being. But the Mesmerize skill is essentially like tracked by your main quest progress. So, in order to have Mesmerize level 3, I need to complete this upcoming mission and then start mission 4. So it's expected that I won't be able to actually talk with Mason until that point. Which actually kind of makes sense in terms of if you're looking at these people. Like, this is Mesmerize level 2. Mesmerize is the ability to, like, kill someone and get their blood XP for feeding off them as a citizen. But if you talk about someone like Swansea, you can only mesmerize him at level 6. So they, like, things get so fucked up if Swansea's dead, they don't let you do it. Based on what I'm interpreting, at least. Which is pretty smart, as far as that's concerned, because obviously I'm going the nice way, but if I wanted to feed off everybody, and maybe try for Swansea, they would need a way to, like, say, hey, bad, don't do that. Okay. So let's swap to tracking Samuel while we're here.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Well, you're gonna figure out real fucking quick, John. Lots of rats. I'm gonna try to feed off the skull instead. Common trigger part, okay. Brisk blood sample. That's definitely going to be a research level one. Speed up. And new hideout.
I cannot enter.
This door won't open. $1,115. Okay. Let's see what we can research and upgrade. So this brisk blood, stamina serum with watery brisk blood. Blah. Let's see if we can upgrade this at last. We can upgrade Dragon Bane. Stamina consumption or absorb blood points when hit. So we currently have blood points when the weapon hits. I'm gonna do less stamina consumption, I think. Say brisk blood 5 times fast them out. No. Because all suck. Tiny good handle part is what we need. That. Okay, and we can upgrade the gun. We currently have damage up. think I'll just go straight damage. Fuck it. Alright, back to the cemetery. It's quite convenient that we can, you know, shadow hop all the way across the canal. So there's something here. Holy symbols and orichalcum. If you ever face a vampire, never forget they fear holy symbols as long as you have the faith. A cross, a star of David, an olive branch even, could prove useful to repel these creatures from the pit. But you'll not harm them for good. If you only want to hurt them, only one solution exists. Forget about wooden stakes or silver bullets and find yourself the strongest weapon against vampires. Orichalcum. Do you think it's a coincidence that orichalcum was common in Atlantis, according to the legend in ancient writings? Atlantis was infested with vampires, and the place is now known as a Centauri Island. I'll personally pay 10,000 pounds to the man who could provide me some real orichalcum. Isn't orichalcum like a mythic? I know it's common in, like, Skyrim, but I don't think it's a real metal. I think it's supposed to be like some mystical blend. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some metallurgists can prove me incorrect. Well, I will say the stamina upgrade definitely making 6 combo possible. Alright. A lot of skulls around here. Fighting skulls just to make myself feel better about doing something in this world. As opposed to killing Mary!
I have this thirst for blood.
Somebody help!
I'm gonna guess conveniently this woman won't notice me using blood magic. You're the last woman of Whitechapel.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ooh.
It's locked, all right. Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. As I feared. Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
Is he one of these skulls? He is. I see him there. Can't even see what's happening. Personal diary. Father Whitaker is so righteous, so full of compassion and love for the suffering ones. His words are all the city needs. Tonight I give him all I have. My strength, my fame, or my faith, my wealth. If it is not enough, I know where to find more. Father Whitaker and I went to an abandoned house near St. Mary's Church. It was an awful and smelly place. Rats were disputing the rooms. The last remaining residents of the decrepit flats. Most of them are sick, awful odors. On the last floor, Father Whitaker found an old man lying on a dirty mattress, coughing and spitting blood in a wooden bowl. Father Whitaker knelt before him and prayed a long time. The man seemed to be better. Then we both helped him find the light. I cried then, and I cry now as I write these lines, for I've never seen a soul so relieved to be finally redeemed. So he said some words and then just let a man die. Tonight we both went to the whorehouses boarding the canal. Must admit, I was very afraid to cross the path of Jezebels. Da-da-da-da. Smell of Satan, of the disease, explained Father Whitaker, praying for 2 lost souls. Women were so frail and sick they were not able to move when I threw the petrol on the blankets. Their souls are now cleansed and purified. Needs more followers. My turn to lead the round. I chose to return where we went 10 days ago, see if more souls needed to be freed. Father Whitaker approved my choice, since the good man's work is never finished, and Satan never sleeps. He also said if I keep showing so much zeal, he may give you more important missions and tasks. Alright, well. Father Whitaker's actions.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Are responsible for this. Find someone who can read Braille. We are tracking Widow in Distress. Okay. Come on back here, boys. Light regeneration serum and shotgun shells. That makes me nervous. Okay, those are on up. But yeah, that makes me nervous that something's gonna happen at this fucking funeral. The last time we got those serums was when we first faced a werewolf. You know, we were tragically under-leveled, but we still faced a fucking werewolf. Should be blood scanning a lot more just to see what's going on.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
Talk about her, don't talk about yourself.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many
And
friends.
yes, it should be said, happy
Loved
birthday,
ones.
Aniyha.
Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Reach St. Mary's Church It's also very terribly interesting because my own church, the one I served in, is St. Mary's Church. Not in England, but New England for sure. Try to find that woman. If I can't, though...
It's locked.
I actually can't go back. Alright. Never mind then. We're out. Oh, is St. Mary's the one that the guy's preaching in front of?
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Hi.
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Yeah. I don't feel good about that guy. Before we go in, I will report to Father Whitaker. Bastard though he is.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
I have found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
Sure.
I've had enough for tonight.
I'll take money from the church if it's that guy.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of the
this is brilliant.
Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
I'll say everything after. Just continue.
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Thank you, Vicar. So, there was something very interesting in that conversation. I was bullheadedly in what, no matter where I tried to adjust the wheel, John was just straight on in grief. I didn't feel like the actual main character in that moment. I felt like I was more controlling the Vicar in just that second. Just trying to direct where the conversation worked.
I confessed to that Vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
And maybe I'm just being crazy, but I really, really enjoyed that. Alright. I'm still level 2. Still can't get through to Mason. Still don't know where Oswald is, but that's okay. We're just gonna keep going. Fucking shit, this became a dangerous situation. Real fucking fast. The werewolf turned on instinct. Kill and eat that other guy. Gotcha. I need to take every opportunity to fight that I can, because I'm not getting experience elsewise.
Step back, sir. It ain't human. Get away with you.
Swap to the gun.
Lord, give us strength. Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. Have faith, brothers.
Gotcha. Well, here's the thing. It's interesting because they mentioned that not only the cross works, but also so does, like, the Star of David and an olive branch. Now, those are technically different signs or different religions. Again, very technically. All of them are Judeo-Christian, yes, but they're not the same. So it might just be, like, belief and faith that works. But again, I might be right. Well, it might not be that the Pantheon's real. It might be that no matter what's real, it's a belief in a higher power that works. You'll become the corpse bomb I need to take out your father.
Bloody leech! Christ, he's dead! I shall fear no evil.
Sorry.
Stop it!
Alright. Got it all. Let's get out of here. Gwyneth Paltrow fends off the vampires of the Jade Egg. Honestly, I'd like to chill out with the fucking Buddha and just fucking fight vampires.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you. Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this
creature! What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
I still haven't found, like, good water in order to help that plant out, and I feel kind of bad. If I could just get 3 good handle parts. So I need 3 good handle parts, 3 tiny good handle parts. Or good trigger parts. So I need good level parts for all. What I'm hoping is that this upgrades me to hypnosis level 3.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned.
Everyone had a...
Sacred stone, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
Talk to me, Swansea.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCallum is a fanatic. The guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
What's next?
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
And now we go back. But
good evening, Miss Hub.
I need blood, Doctor.
Do you require my services?
I have no need for your med.
I'll leave you.
so Harriet Jones is dead, huh?
What on earth happened here?
There's something to investigate about Tippets. Where is he going? There's the vantage point. I know how to get out there. I'm just worried that he might move away before I can get a good vantage. I'm just leaving this screen up. Here it is. What is he doing?
Damn it! Why is this so difficult every time?
Trying to find a vein. Is it drugs?
That is better. That is better. I will make it through one more night.
Oh, he's probably injecting stimulants to keep himself awake. Yep, he's a drug addict. Yeah, I'm definitely doing a playthrough where I just, like, slurp everyone at any opportunity.
Good evening, Dr. Timmons.
Dr. Reed.
I know you're taking drugs, Corcoran. Why take such a risk?
I need it to endure the long shifts. We have no idea how long the epidemic will last. We can't let it win.
I understand the gesture, Doctor. An immediate answer to an emergency situation, but this can't be a long-term solution.
Thank you for your understanding, my dear colleague. And be assured, I have total control of my consumption.
Goodbye.
Just casually catch a man taking drugs. We could probably smell it in his blood, is why we were suspicious.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'd like to see your good.
Wise choice, Dr. Rick.
Milton's shotgun. No. And he only has common parts at this time. To be honest, the best thing would be to offload on him, not buy from him, which is bad. Alright. Back to the docks. Oh, hey!
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes. This neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons, but let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Alright. Found him.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctors said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital. But I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during a shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
I did actually remember that. I did remember about him being happy to see the sky.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, days like months. The terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Oh!
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive, just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
There it is! I knew there was love there. I got jebaited by the just the killing and eating part, and I'm like, oh, is this all it's gonna be? No, it's not.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Good shit.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
I see. Maybe I should talk with him.
Goodbye, mister.
If he's around. Is that him?
Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
What caused your phobia of rats?
Counterclockwise.
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
It started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, my fingers, lips. I couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
Enjoy your love. And enjoy life as long as you can, Mr. Blight. Don't let anyone tell you who you should love or how you should love them.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. But it ain't that easy. It's all so new to me.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer. A shell hit our trench and we were buried for a week.
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see. Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
Oswald seemed far more traumatized than you by the event.
It wasn't the first time it happened to me. Surviving it again gave me strength. You believe that?
Imagine being alive, buried alive. Not once, but twice.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... well, you know, sir. Stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight.
Okay. Oswald Thatcher's recovering, and at least Pembroke will be at 100%. Now, Sean Hampton and all the people at the docks will be going back there for a nice, thorough look. Which doesn't surprise me, because, frankly, we didn't get our fair lick when we were over there. Yay, more opium. I need that. Let's investigate under the bridge before we head back up. Quinine and clove. Gotcha. Back to the excitement for a while. So we just traveled 8 meters in the course of a second. We'll need to hold on to that figure and figure out how fast that speed puts us at in miles per hour. You got spaghetti. Awesome. Cover letter. Hello, Frank. How are you, my old friend? Good to see you last week. Next time we get the rounds in. Hope everything's okay on your side of town. Here in your old neighborhood, situation getting worse. Clay is getting more violent by the day. Only think about expansion. The wet boot boys are in a bad spot, so I thought about what you said last time. Never regretted leaving the gang. Only thing you regret is never being able to put foot in the East End again to avoid a good beating or worst. What else assured you'd have my protection if you decided to pass by? Maybe we could talk about new opportunities and job offer. Good with numbers, so an accountant for your company. Say hello to your wife. A boot boys for life old chap, Booth Digby. Booth has already tried to find a job so he could quit the wet boot boys. Okay. Yay, more opium. Shillings and a watch from the countertop. Okay. You are very pleased. You should be. Ah. This is Booth Digby. Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The wet boot boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's mine.
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Booth may be in love with Edwina Cox, but she is the true leader of the gang. Interesting insight.
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know.
Do you know where I can find Sean Hampton? I need to talk to him.
The sad saint. Why on earth do you want to talk to him?
He was one of my patients at the Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, yeah. I heard the poor bastard had been abducted by some cunt. You better ask Tom Watts. He knows Sean Hampton well.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
All right. And he's healthy, which is good. Ah, just the woman. I can talk to you.
Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
Yes, maybe.
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
Bullet, shell. Fuck. Common parts. Nope.
Good evening.
Hello again, Doc.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
I'm not going to say I'm not at all interested.
What can you tell me?
I do side quests for coin.
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
And vampiric hypnosis.
Ooh, Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I'm not that easily shocked, Miss Cox. You can speak freely about your lover if you so wish.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint? I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Okay.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone.
Mark my words, miss. These murders are the
Not a
work
drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
I'm a tracker of these creatures. A vampire hunter.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking hilarious.
You're hunting then. If the sewer dog is back and hunting all these poor folk, he needs a catching.
A sewer dog? What's it look like?
It's an old story. A monster with daggers for teeth and icy claws. He comes of a sudden, nighttime, claiming innocence, then vanishes.
Teeth, claws, murders by night? Your sewer dog is my business. He's the kind of prey I hunt, milady.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Jason Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist, and I believe that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Fascinating.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Here's hoping. I'm keeping peace now. As best I can.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon, I drink at night.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly, so joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then. Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
Go on.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks.
How dare you?
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
That's a brilliant line. I'm gonna steal that.
No reason.
Let me tell.
Another time, perhaps. I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
I really don't know. I heard he'd been abducted. I don't know if he's back.
Who could tell me then?
About a sad saint. I'll try asking Tom what's about him.
Goodbye.
Alright. Ichabod, you done?
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious activity or strange events recently?
And what do you define as a strange event? More to the point, who are you?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton.
Throgmorton!
Hunter
My cousin, Throgmorton!
A vampire hunter? Really?
It's gonna be better than I thought.
I'm just another lunatic howling at the moon, but I'm not. The bloodsuckers exist, and they're close.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'd like to hear more about these vampires you're hunting.
A man of science? Well, I'll be glad to enlighten you.
This is gonna be interesting. This is the total, like, you know, the rebuttal. Alright, about the neighborhood first.
About this neighborhood.
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part of town.
But it's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire. These evil rodents are spreading like a plague.
Okay.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night, investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
How do you identify a vampire?
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. They also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires around the docks?
If you wouldn't mind. If you did that, then I can focus on my patrols.
Have you heard of the Guard of Priwan?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
See, here's the thing. Here's the wonderful thing. You could take those lines and put them in a completely different person, and it's the characteristic of the person that makes the line different in tone. Because if I heard this from fucking, like, the vampire dude, Ascalon, or whatever his name is, and just say, like, you know, like, newborns are easy to tell, it's just a matter of observation and patience, that would be fucking threatening as shit. But from this guy, who's like a joke, it just makes him sound like he's constantly watching from a distance and being a coward, which I think is awesome.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary militia.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour, but I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
Maybe at least you can tell me who could help me find him.
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom Watts. He's a bartender and good judge of character. If he talks to you, then it's fine by me.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is,
Jesus.
Though, it only strengthened his faith.
That's a hell of a hint to hear. God damn.
I'm looking at the really. Goodbye.
Alright, Dyson Delaney is recovering. Booth Digby and Edwina Cox are okay. All these guys are fine. Alright. We continue to unpack the docks.
Should have offered a drink to the boy. Be he cursed or not, he's just
Are they
another
stupid or
lost
something?
orphan.
I've never even been to India.
Cannot see me now, Mum.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doctor. I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London, and here I am.
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
So you and your friends all feel in danger? No exceptions?
Tom's the only exception I've come across until now. But he's He's not like everybody else.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colorful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Miss Cavendish, would you be willing to help me locate Sean Hampton?
You better ask Tom, sir.
Why not answer me directly?
We respect the privacy of our customers here, sir. Only Tom can decide who to speak to and what he'll say to them.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Time I speak with Tom, then.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me, then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Well, something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
Alright. Shortage of essential product.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. That would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
We continue to learn more and more about him. Sean Hampton lives the worst possible life.
The important thing is I find him. Quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Perhaps I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Alright. We've got some quests. I'm gonna start with poster fuck, because apparently it's gonna be... Oh, never mind. I thought it was gonna be close by.
There's gotta be something.
Okay, Edwina Cox. Wasn't there a hideout back this way? Oh, there's someone here. More peeps.
Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
The way that was done in the sentence made me think his name was Sir Rufus.
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
Stella Fishburne. And Rufus Kingsbury. Rufus in his profile and a lot of things just looks like a 40-year-old man, even though he's supposed to be a boy.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the Wet Boot Boys and the Communists.
Communists?
Both feel they should run the docks.
I haven't met any communists yet.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
Treatment for anemia. Got it.
I'll see you later. Do you know a man who lives in this part of town? A man named Sean Hampton. I'm looking for him.
Sorry, sir. I don't know a lot of folks around here. Most prefer to avoid me.
Well, I don't think you should talk to him. He may be very sick.
Thanks for the tip. You might want to check the Turquoise Turtle. It's a pub not far from here. The barkeep knows everyone in these parts.
So long.
So long, Rufus. I feel like there was someone else close by. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must it always be a good evening?
I was just being polite. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
No. Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Like Rufus.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency then?
Well, Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
We're in the God-fearing fucking Sean Hampton. Yeah, I think most people just direct you to Tom, and then he directs you to the night shelter.
What's your occupation?
So I think I'm gonna stop
Take care of
asking,
your mum.
maybe.
That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
A simple token of filial love.
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just want her to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Goodbye, Miss... Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not let me in?
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in?
She has a voice 20 years younger than herself.
Stay too long, sir.
It's locked.
Smart to leave it locked around me. I would have fucking yoinked that shit. Pinch. And pick. This is me, by the way. This is me being a selfish bastard.
So you have questions about the flu, then?
Yes, among other things.
Forgive my rudeness at the door. It's just my son doesn't like strangers coming in the house.
How is life around here?
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know. But it's most likely linked to the gangs, if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you could just die in the gutter and no one will bat an eye.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no, my Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
Yikes.
How do you pay the rent, then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
The orphan that regards you as a mother. Please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Mrs. Fishburne, are you in need of any medical assistance?
I am fine for now, least in body. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Reed.
I'm trying to locate Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where he could be?
You talking about the one everyone calls the Sad Saint? The man who takes care of the homeless?
The very same, Miss Fishburne.
I'm sorry. I don't know where his shelter is. But if you ask around, I'm sure you'll get your answer.
Bitch, you just told me that you work
Goodbye,
there
Miss
occasionally. Anyways.
I'm not sure the epidemic is what worries me.
Rufus with anemia. That's like the worst heart one. That's gonna be a trick and a half to pull. Stella, Fishburne. I'll freely admit, I'm just wandering, looking for people or possible hideout locations. Jimmy the Spark Barlow.
Seems like the guard of Prewin is on Sean Hampton's trail.
Want some of this? Monster! Pay for this!
Flamethrower, huh?
Killing's all you. Die, vermin! Crush the leech, boys!
It's been a while since I popped a heart.
Burn it, boys!
Enough of a blood tide will extinguish the flames.
You leeches be killing! I'll kill you!
Common pistol parabellum. Interesting. I was gonna say, that guy suffered enough in life. His friend, though, he needs a turn. Also fascinating that we don't take the flamethrower. I mean, I know we're a vampire, right? But we're like, oh, of all things we could pick up off him, a gun. That's it.
The wounds on this corpse are deep, the result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Why does it still read Meet Edgar Swansea? Oh, did it just turn to that? Meet Edgar Swansea at the hospital. This is... Huh, Fire Executioner and Rookie. Time to make your heart explode. There it is.
Christ, he's dead!
I think I easily chose the best power. I mean, Shadow Paralysis Demon is like a good notch. But yeah. Spell of make your opponent's heart explode is hilarious to me. Level 17 skulls. Just nosing through. Blinker. Is this a hideout? Woman in her bed. Shillings here. Lots of bloody gore around. I mean, I'll take it for sure.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy.
Martin, huh? Okay. Plenty of unknown people, which is good. I might have accidentally stumbled into the night shelter. Hello.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
Yeah.
Show me what you have to offer then, Mr. Nightingale.
Brisk blood sample. We've done that. Huh. These seem important. I'm gonna buy them off you. Vampire Factions and Skulls seems like a collectible, and a music box probably seems like a quest item. He's got all manner of... He at least has a good collection of all the common items. The Brisk blood sample I'm pretty sure I've already got.
I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Let's see. Vampire Factions and Skulls. Vampire and the Guard will never have a common interest. Never as long as I live. Not after I die and pass the torch to another leader. I know some of us have witnessed a strange and huge vampire hunting down skulls just like we do. He is well dressed and seems to speak eloquently, but don't be fooled. If this unknown leech and his friends seem to hate skulls as much as we do, some others offer them safe haven in exchange for obedience. Scouts in the north have repeated that strange ceremonies occur in the secluded forests of Scotland. Ceremonies of blood and human sacrifice to old pagan gods. They may be adversaries to the London vampires, but none of these leech factions could be our allies. All vampires must be destroyed, and no alliance will be made between them and us. My dear Jack, I write you this letter as long as I have the strength and the will. Not that I have something to hide or to fear, except perhaps to forget what I want to tell you. I always knew you would become someone important, someone good and nice. I knew it since you were a child, when you preferred to read books rather than go to play outside. I knew it when you helped me carry groceries before you went to school and clean the house before you came back. I'm proud of you, my son. Not only because I am your mother, but also because you deal so well with everything around you. I'm sorry I've recently become such a burden to you. Never forget I love you, and I hope you never forget to love me. Enid Gillingham. I feel like I saw her silhouette just beyond. Yes.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I come in?
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
I can actually... That's chilling a little bit. It's just to see fucking... vampire hunters off in the street.
It's locked.
So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? I heard whispers
Interesting.
you had that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
So she was seen by Dr. Tippets.
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about here?
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. I would never say that to him, of course.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh no, I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippets.
I'm looking for a Sean Hampton. Do you know where I might find him?
Sean Hampton, you say? Oh, the name does seem vaguely familiar, but alas, I cannot recall from where.
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippets. I must confess I haven't felt that well of late.
Treatment for headache. Okay.
I'll see you later. Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Unfinished letter. Rodney, I just heard what happened tonight. I ran to your house, but you were already gone, so I'm writing this note. Is it true you killed him? I can't believe it. Why? What happened? Really need to talk to you now. Find a way to contact me when you receive this message. Know you're very cautious, and to prove this is not a trap, use a code when we meet. I'll whistle my name, Jack, in Morse code, and you'll whistle yours. This way you'll know it's really me. It's a good thing you're hiding. The wet boot boys are all over the neighborhood claiming they'll punish the man who murdered one of them. Rodney Grader. Huh. Fled after having killed one of the wet boot boys. And that was just like a note. I could have easily fucking missed that.
I'll find you something.
Alright, let's confront these guys over here. And to you, I gift you one bomb to the heart. Enjoy. Yeah, it seems like this guy had a weakness to blood. Based on those little symbols over his head. Or maybe a resistance to it? Nah, he didn't seem that resistant. Also, these guys were such shit. There was a skull right over here. Curfew notice. They suck at their job and now they're dead. Yep. Thankfully unlock this. I feel like this was around one of the places that we were. I should look at the map. What I really need is a hideout. I need a hideout. Fastest way seems to be to cut through. That's a level 22 thing. I'm in danger. Okay. Oh, okay. It found its own way out. It was not waiting for my ass. I'm not even risking tangling with that thing. We are just going to fire blood spears from a distance. We've run out of blood. So we're going to try and recover more. And try to finish this thing off fucking quick. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, it full healed off that. Oh, fuck that. Oh, fuck that. Oh, fuck that. Oh, fuck that. Oh, I can't leave. I need to get out of here. Alright, this will be about the only chance I got.
send you to hell.
Snuff it,
Want some of this, stupid thing?
Alright. That feels good. That's what the doctor needed.
Take its head! I hate leeches!
Okay. Let's backtrack just a touch and clear out the skulls under the dock. Ow, 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 get off. Okay. Pick up that. Alright, in this condition, I feel better about trying to go back and deal with that beast. It might still be waiting right there for me, so I need to be careful. But I'm gonna try every ranged option at my disposal, from gun to blood. And then we'll go from there. I'm also gonna take rats.
This is despicable.
It is despicable, but it's easy.
I have this thirst for blood.
Oh, there's the serotonin line. Ooh, by the power of blood and gun. Yikes. At least we found a good use for all those bullets, huh? Yeah, I remember these warehouses. Or at least a similar style. I don't know if it's these ones. Newspaper article. Youth arrested for attempted murder. A young man named Tom Watts was arrested for attempted murder in the renowned restaurant The Silver Bell on Percival Street. Suspect was spotted standing in front of the restaurant, pointing a gun at customers for about 1 minute without firing. 2 witnesses promptly reported his behavior. Tom was arrested without refused to give his explanation for his actions and only gave his name. His gun was loaded. It's likely Watts will feel the full force of His Majesty's course for his transgression. Has been jailed for attempted murder. Someone else knows about the power of gun, it seems. Oh, something here. More shillings. Okay. But yeah, all this area feels terribly familiar. I feel like it's been repopulated with new enemies. I think it's time to switch back off gun now. What the fuck? Why are you so strong? I wish I could, like... Yeah, okay. Hang on. It's before it. Yeah, I should probably take a pause at a certain point and get my own snacky. Just like a nice something, you know? I mean, to be fair, I took a break during Stardew for the exact same reason to, you know, make myself chicken sandwich. And I could actually do that again. Honestly, like, the chicken sandwich was pretty fucking good. It was like a chicken patty. Sawn-off shotgun, huh? Interesting. Might be worthwhile to upgrade a shotgun just because I've not done anything else with the shells. Yeah, it is pretty good.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
I sentence you to die. Yeah, and this was the fucking place right here. This'll be great. Hang on. Let's take a look at the people afflicted. So, one's got a cold, anemia, and headache. So, cold, anemia, headache. Alright, anemia, cold, headache. Alright, so I crafted all those. We'll check if we can upgrade anything. That's a no there. No to that. Good trigger parts. What about shotguns? 40 range damage. Yeah, we can definitely spend parts here to upgrade a shotgun. And we can actually boost it to level 3, so it's on par with what we want. Damage, switch to fire damage, or chemical damage. That's pretty fucking cool, but I'm just gonna go damage in terms of, like, who cares about reloading if the guy's dead? And now I can swap to the good Luparia. And now I've got a shotgun. Cool. Refill on all. Grab the shillings. And we're gonna rest. So we're level 13. I think it was Blood Spear upgrades on level 12 required. 3,000. Well, I can do it for sure. Or what? No, it was autophagy. More blood. So cost goes up. And boost on health. Or cost goes up. So this is health over time. I'll be honest, I think I want this path of, like, more instant health. Yeah, I'll do that. Spend 0 XP to reset skills. Would I do that? I would consider doing that to undo Shadow Veil and some of the other things. Looks like everybody gets 1 in terms of a reroll. Which is good. Oh, blood absorption for sure. Big thirst. Alright, we'll confirm this for now. Alright, so for right now, the docks are stable. Obviously, I could have gone out and tried to heal people, but I take the rest where I can get it. Interesting. Health is drained because of the actions. One fatigue, 2 fatigue, 3 fatigue, 4 fatigue, 5 fatigue, 6 fatigue, 7 fatigue. Okay. And I presume what happens is that if you don't, like, cure them, they turn into anemia and sepsis over time, and possibly everyone dies. But quinine and all of this, like, fatigue is so cheap. I don't know if you see how much ferrous tartrate and sodium hypochlorite solution I have. But I can make 9 and it barely means anything to me. So we're gonna fucking cure the hospital, but later. For right this moment, I'm gonna go get food. And we'll be back probably in like 20 minutes at most, if I had to guess. But we'll be back with more Vampyr for sure, because I am a avid completionist, and it's so easy to complete this game, honestly. At least it's looking like it. I return and have eaten. Alright. Plus I have snack. I don't think I can go through this door.
It's locked, all right.
We're essentially just going through the same path we did at the start of the games, just, you know, absurdly harder.
Better go home, sir. Don't over there! There's one of them vermin!
Gotcha. I sentence you to die.
I cannot enter.
This is where we went on the boat. Fascinating. Oh, how terribly tragic. I sentence you to have your blood explode. Very good. Loot the dead. Watery rich. Okay.
Crush the leech, boys!
Death by stake. That guy understood what it felt to be a vampire for a minute there. Alright. Unlock the door to the next room. Can even unlock the door to here. Something's screaming. It must be a special one. Maybe? Didn't seem particularly special. Salison, though. Sneaky one, aren't ya? These guys are getting fearsomely tough. I'm gonna need a good source of blood soon.
It's locked.
Seems like it's prohibiting us from entering the West End early. Endangered citizen. Hide and seek. Okay. So we gotta find the man who's hiding before we enter the next, like, big sequence of events, or else he's going to die.
Crush the leech, boys!
Stay back, sir.
Can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, there. There I go. Hey, you know what? I shouldn't do this.
This is despicable.
No one to hold them, no one to fold them, you know?
You ain't human! Kill it! You'll pay for that! Get down! Finish it!
These battles are really roughing me up a bit. Need to get to the sewers and find the man who's hiding in them.
Over there!
Sounds like another skull. Sorry, it seems to be a relative dead end. $10 shillings is pretty nice, though. And a couple bullets. This must be it. the shelter.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I have your attention?
Good evening, sir. My name is Giselle Paxton, but I don't have time for men like you.
Have we met before?
No, but I just need to look at your fancy clothes to know that you must be desperate to visit the docks at night.
That's quite judgmental of you.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to identify you as an enemy of the working class.
What can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a few weeks here, and then ask me that question again. If you're still alive, I mean.
If you have something to say, say it. I'm getting tired of all this.
Oh. You want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
You don't know me, Miss Paxton, and yet you see me as an enemy.
Your manners, your clothes, your words tell me everything about you, sir. I know your kind, and you don't belong here.
You're right, Miss Paxton. My clothes and my manners do speak for me. And I may not belong here, but that doesn't make me a bad person.
You tell me, Dr. Reed. You tell me.
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor. You have to work a lot to earn that title.
Oh, a doctor. Born with money in a nice house, were we? Was Daddy a banker or a doctor himself?
Why such hatred? Are you judging me by my clothes and my job?
Course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
Are there polygons missing to her face? I don't see it.
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was.
Look around her cheekbone.
Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
Send me a screenshot. Alright, let me take a look. Discord was closed, interestingly, and now it's having a time opening. Don't know what that's about. It's not her ear. Hang on. No, that's hair. It's a bit poorly rendered, but it's a lock of, like, white hair. Or maybe a strap to her hat? Strap to her hat seems far more reasonable, actually. But there's one in the back, too. See?
You lost your job because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
Do you need medical help, Miss Paxton?
No, thank you.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
What is it you want? Does he owe you money? Has he displeased your Royal Highness? I'm no snitch, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
It's locked.
Here's Ichabod. What's up?
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance?
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
I appreciate your concern, but I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
Goodbye. And good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
Oh, hang on. Getting a lot of messages all of a sudden. Okay, back to Vampyr. Aha! Okay, so it's literally through here. So, we need to continue trying to find this person. We'll continue heading this way. Oh, that reveals me. That's bad. Sipping to death. Gotcha.
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Crunchity munchity. Public house Giselle Paxton mentioned.
Giselle's stolen money. Priwen has some unethical ways of financing their war.
Huh, okay. Oh, the way forward. Nice. Or at least maybe a way forward. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a way to hop from one dock to another. What's up?
You again? What do you want?
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money too?
Yes, here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. Well, thank you, sir.
Will you give the money back to your comrades then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood. A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union. But a murder? That's a first.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
So much.
Yikes.
Vampire killings are not a sight.
Actually, where's the poster thing? Posters from the pile. Anti-vampire posters. And origin of the skulls. Okay. How about some lore? It's been established for some time now that Skull is a vernacular name of a different species of lesser vampires. Skull often seems to be the victim of a vampire attack who miraculously survives death and comes back as a crooked version of its maker. According to many observations made by our order throughout the centuries, Skulls are generally despised and killed by vampires who consider them lesser and despicable creatures. The name means slave. They also been sakalaba, sklavos, or sklavinovi, or sklavinova. This shows how old these creatures are and how their makers perceive them. This may be why skulls tend to form in small and discrete communities that stick together. It is also interesting to note that skulls seem to call themselves this way, as if they've accepted for a long time their status as inferior servants among vampires. Excuse me. It's more difficult for a skull to hide its monstrous nature. Pale skin, terrible teeth, strange emaciation, dilated and staring pupils. Many have lost all hair, and they show wounds and scars which stay open without ever completely healing. They'll seem capable of surviving by eating the flesh of the dead, while vampires need blood from the living. They may be the real origin of the mythical figure of the ghoul. A skull is a miserable creature. Most of the times they fear to be seen by humans and vampires. In some regions, older skulls have been witnessed nearby vampires as servants or slaves. Most of the skulls are descended from Ekans and show humanoid silhouettes. Much more uncommon, some present a more canine aspect and behave like wolves. They're sometimes called vulpes in ancient text. At least a third type exists in the shape of a bird or bat, and they are known as corvus, William Marshall himself referred 3 times to some bat-shaped creature involved vampire in his memoirs.
The wet boots shouldn't be fighting each other. They've got bigger problems elsewhere.
Alright, let's post some posters. Just directly into a fire, I guess.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed!
I'm afraid your posters were destroyed.
It cost me good money to print those posters. Such a pity people don't take the vampire menace seriously.
Did you really think the posters would be useful?
See the sad saint of the East End? How a single man can help so many people? I consider myself the discreet protector of these men and women.
Tell me, Ichabod, why do you consider yourself the protector of Hampton Shelter?
He is a truly inspiring example. Dedicated, pious. His shelter is open to all, whoever they are. Most admirable.
Goodbye.
Okay. So where are the grave diggers? Lady Ashbury, new dialogue available. Forbidden area of Southwark. Well, can't go there yet. It's forbidden. Retrieve some gin bottles from the stash. I like money. This is a werewolf place. God damn it.
Watch it! It's a killer!
Oh, shotgun. Very good. Shotgun worked nice. Okay. I was here too.
Tom has so much alcohol, he could keep this district afloat for quite some time.
Say where the bombing took place. That's also in Southwark. Okay, this is closer. retrieve the necklace. Well, first let's deliver the gin to Tom Watts.
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you?
You lied to me, Tom. Your warehouse wasn't empty. It was inhabited with armed vigilantes.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reed, but I thought those Prewen guards would be willing to let someone like you pass without trouble.
That was devious of you, Tom. Next time you can bloody well go yourself.
I apologize, Doctor, but it's just that I prefer to avoid the law, its enforcers, and all manner of thugs in uniform.
Here is your booze. I hope it will appease your customers. Just try not to kill anyone with this poison of yours.
Believe me, Doctor, most of my customers are less agreeable when sober.
Tell me about your arrest for attempted murder, Tom.
I tried to kill someone. I got arrested. I paid my debt and I have nothing to hide.
Do you think prison changed you? Made you a better man?
Oh, I don't know about that. All I brought back is bad memories, scars, and an ugly tattoo of a blue turtle.
But do you feel cleansed of your sins?
All I know is that I'm at peace. I did what I did, but I wouldn't do it again. Does that make me a better man? I don't know.
So you mean your customers know about your sordid past?
Yeah, why do you think this is the last pub open? I have nothing to hide, and I don't judge. That's a relief for many round here.
You attempted murder. Give me some details.
I was given an order to kill. I was an obedient gang member at the time. A proud, wet boot boy.
Why did you join the gang?
Because I finally felt useful. Do you have any idea what it means to feel respected when the rest of the world shits on you?
So you were ordered to kill someone. What happened then?
I don't know if you can possibly understand, but I couldn't kill him. I just stood there pointing my gun. Someone saw me. I gave up.
Why couldn't you shoot?
My target was eating in that fancy restaurant with mirrors and music. He was eating, drinking, laughing. He was having such a good time. I hated him for his bottomless appetite and easy life of easy pickings. And then something happened.
You refused to kill him because you wanted to feel some of that happiness yourself. You empathized with him.
Exactly. The man was a bloody landlord who rented overpriced flats. Selfish bastard. But he made me smile.
Oh my god, we know who that
I
is.
was no different from him.
Why not leave town and start a new life after you got out of jail?
I grew up in the East End. This is where my roots are. This is where I want to help others and die eventually.
Do you think the docks will always be a hive of scum and villainy?
As long as poverty and fear run the show, I don't see how it would change. Misery loves company, as they say.
Don't you feel threatened, staying in such a violent and criminal neighborhood?
I've made peace with my violent past, Dr. Reed. I may not be a pacifist, but I'm not angry anymore.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
All right. Torn off page from a diary. For looking away when they mock my color, hate myself. For crying like a girl when they insult me, I hate myself. For swearing like a boy when they're gone. Oh, this is Sabrina, yeah. Everyone's in love. And with Sabrina's sense, it's with Tom.
He's just another lost orphan.
still working at this hour?
Tell me, Sabrina, do you really believe Tom has renounced his life of crime?
He proves it to me every day he tells the truth. Tom Watts is a good man. One of the best.
And you don't think he might fall back into his sordid ways?
We can all do terrible things, Dr. Reed. And we never know what we're really capable of until it's too late.
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it, neither.
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
Were you aware of Tom's past incarceration?
That's the first thing he told me when he offered me the job. He didn't want me hearing about his past from anyone else.
Did it surprise you to find out about it?
Not really. I was already aware of his reputation before I met him. That's why I came to the Turtle in the first place.
Most people would have run away because of that.
Not me. I thought a man like him could give me stability, you know? At least to some degree. And I wasn't mistaken.
Goodbye.
We'll see if we can give him a little push, maybe.
Welcome back to...
Sabrina seems very fond of you, Tom.
I like her too. I really do. I know I'm her boss, and I'm much older and all. But I like her for sure.
What is bothering you then?
Sabrina is an angry one. She wears it like a coat. I'm not sure I can make her shed that anger. It hurts to see her like that.
And there's just no recourse for that.
Goodbye.
Maybe if I talk to Sabrina about it? Maybe not.
You still work?
Goodbye.
So, simple token of filial affection.
This situation won't last forever. After, we'll have plenty of time to plan.
Seymour for a while. Even Dyson has stopped coming in every night.
Maybe up in this office? Oh, there's something to observe. Up there.
Don't forget to count each bullet you fire.
He told me that already.
Nice shot. You learn quickly. Pointing an empty gun could be a fatal mistake.
It's easier when I picture the bastard's face.
And taught Sabrina to use a gun to protect herself. Alright. It's pretty badass.
Welcome back, Doctor.
Why are you teaching your waitress how to use a pistol?
Sabrina is a nice girl who's already faced a lot of problems in her life. She does not need another.
Goodbye, Miss.
You still working at this hour? That's what I call dedication.
I just wanted to hear her say it in full.
I know you've been learning to use a gun, Sabrina. What are you up to?
I just want to feel safe when I go home at night.
I understand. Everyone has the right to defend themselves.
Yeah, especially when there's no justice around.
Well, failed that, but I'll be honest. I don't feel guilty about it.
Goodbye, Miss.
Because the alternative is pushing her in, like, the idea of, like, you think nobody fucking is gonna try to harm me? You idiotic bastard. Alright. So right now, I need to find these people again. Yeah, and the hints only truly matter. Well, they kind of matter a little bit because we are still gaining experience just by unlocking them. You can see that's why we have experience after talking to so many people.
Been a while since we've seen any.
Oh, is this it? Okay, this is one.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah. I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
I mean, it is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
There's a blood smear there. Oh, Rufus. Aniyha. Let's go give him that. Where are ya?
Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Do you need help?
A real doctor kept...
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus.
Okay. Now all that's left is to find Enid again at some point. And it actually shouldn't be hard because she's next to her son, which is a merchant. Or not her son, whoever it is. The merchant all the same. Don't cross to the western docks just yet. saw invisible walls, my beloved.
Evening.
Evening.
But he was feeding a
So
rat.
long, Rufus.
He's taking care of a rat, is what I think I saw. I still want to go back to that path. Can I smash this? I wonder. I can.
This is a slaughterhouse.
From Seymour to my beloved Mother Stella.
From Seymour to my beloved Mother Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard.
What does it mean?
It's locked, all right. Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
Found the gift and the corpses.
I have retrieved the gift for your mother, sir.
Great. Give it here then and take this for your trouble.
I also found the corpses. The ones under which you left the necklace, Mr. Fishburne.
Ah, so that's where I left it. I can be a bit stupid sometimes.
Have you no remorse? You don't even deny your crimes.
I have many weaknesses, Dr. Reed, but lying about who I am ain't one of them.
You're not a mindless animal, Seymour. Surely you have something to say about these murders. Speak up and I will listen without judgment.
Could be right, Dr. Reed. Maybe it'll do some good to confide in a gentleman like you. You being educated and all.
Tell me about your victims, Seymour. Who were they? Why them? Was there a link?
Why should there be? They just kept getting on my nerves at the worst times, that's all.
How many? How many victims?
It's not like I keep records. It happens when it happens.
You feel nothing, do you? No empathy for your victims at all?
You seem pretty calm yourself, don't you?
We're not talking about me.
All right. Well, our calm's the only thing we have in common then.
Did you take pleasure in killing them, Seymour? All those people, all those lives extinguished.
I take no pleasure from it. Just gives me peace. Stills the anger. For a time.
This rage you feel, have you ever been able to control it? Resist it?
I tried. For my mum, I tried for her. Telling the truth made me feel better. For a while.
Don't you think you should seek help? Talk to someone you trust, someone who cares about you.
No. And don't dare speak about me to your colleagues either. Keep your mouth shut tight. Especially about my mum.
Why is your mother protecting you, Seymour?
I'm her son. She's the only one who knows me. Sometimes I think she knows me better than I know myself.
I understand you love her, but can't you see the awful situation you've put her in?
Do you think my mum would have a better life if I were dead? She seems so sad to know me sometimes.
I don't believe death is the appropriate sentence for murder. Not in a civilized society. But the last word has to remain with the law.
There is no law around here. No justice to be found. In these parts, revenge is the only answer.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne.
Of course. I can't remember the last time. What can I do for you, Doc?
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his episodes.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
So, Seymour's a murderer, and his mother's kind of covering up for him.
Tell me about these demons Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child. And he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne. But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor? Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
With enough opium, anything's possible.
I'm afraid these demons, as he calls them, are just a delusional justification to distance himself from his actions.
There ain't no hope then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a monster, and nothing will bring him back.
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I? Not a burden I could bear.
Burden? How do you mean?
They'd hang him for sure. I won't send my only son to his death.
The situation will only get worse. Someone has to stop Seymour.
If someone ever found the courage to speak to the police, I will take my share.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
I can't remember the last time.
Okay. So we found the necklace. So Gravediggers and Bombing are both in Southwark, which is pretty unreachable. I'm 80% sure. We can try and track this and see if it lets us get where we need to go. I have a feeling it might be like a later chapter thing. Let's see. What would be a hypothetical path across? The bridge. We crossed it to get here. Is there a way back? Retracing our steps to go all the way back. More deaths, more shillings. And a perfume bottle. And a bullet. You didn't actually take your contacts out. Go take your contacts out. Lots of rats.
It's locked.
I'd head back if I were you, sir. Stay away! He's onto us!
Gotcha. All right.
This place. Rain may have washed away the blood, but not the memory. My poor Mary. This is my watch. Damn grave robbers.
Warning. Note. Hello, boys. About your last message concerning your mission to loot corpses in Southwark. Only say it once, deal with it. I'm glad I don't report your protest to Edwina. I go there, cut your balls off. Little bird also told me you made a few jokes about what I saw at the pier. Now I'm just a loony scared by his own shadow, or a nutcase who mumbles and trembles like an old woman about ghost stories. Good, I like it when my boys are happy. Be assured that nutcase will come to piss on your bloody carcasses after the fucking monster I saw sucks your brains out. Believes in supernatural creatures and events. Also, my watch. Well, hello, Dem Swa. Or Scath, whichever you prefer. How's it going? Let's see. This highway's new. Got the game yesterday, so far so good. Vampyr is pretty great. I'm at we'll call it chapter 3, but I've come back to the beginning of the game, or at least the area surrounding the beginning of the game, where you're in Southwark. And I'm currently just investigating around here, just kind of looting, see what's up. You can kind of be defeated. Yep, this one feels like a spiritual successor to Vampire the Masquerade. I stood right there and took that. I command your heart to blow up. Alright. I'm gonna need a blood refill courtesy of this guy.
Stay back, beast!
Alright, that's good enough for now. More of these factories. These are where I ran through at the start of the game. I was gonna say, I'm still in the area where a shelling could have occurred. But it just says discover where it happened. Yep. It's a pretty great system, but to be fair, I've also been going on a like a complete pacifist run in terms of obviously these guys can't be helped, but any meal and any civilian, I have refused to take the sippy. Which, of course, leaves me quite underleveled for this, despite my attempts to learn everything about every one. But, you know, that's for next run, I think.
I cannot enter.
It's also very interesting being here. Nothing's prompting me to be here except for like 1 or 2 side quests.
It's locked, all right.
That I could very easily save till later. But it's very cool all the same. Alright. I'm going to take the literalist approach. I'm going to try to head for like the epicenter maybe? Or I guess maybe I'm heading into the sewer for some reason. This is the trench where they ran and chased me. Just gonna see if I can pass by without being assaulted.
Over there! There's
Nope.
one of them vermin!
It's locked.
Alright. I think this was the first safe house we went to. Can I still use it as such? Yeah, this is the bed we bled out in. For sure. Oh, is this water? The basin looks like it's full of water, but maybe it's just discolored.
It's locked, all right.
I was gonna say, damn, y'all are having the thesis of roads over a hint system that I just thought was like, yeah, that's kind of okay. Flower bouquet. I'm gonna guess that we need that flowers for the bombing, wherever it happened to be. This should unlock from this side, yeah? Cool. And this is the place we discovered is like a... Oh. This might actually be a safe house. New hideout. Alright. It's been a hot minute. Let's take a look. Haven't found any good parts yet for upgrading our stuff, which is a shame. We did manage to find our own pocket watch because we looted the bodies of the grave robbers, but I'm going to try to keep it on myself. These give lots in good ingredients. At least with the large box of pills or a cycle for the opium. There's no reason not to recycle these into glass vials. And the rest we'll keep. We've got 936 shillings. But still, we'll hold on. Yep. And I have no qualms with doing so. It was just... The request came because I've been in a Stardew Valley habit. We'll continue with Big Thirst. And we should be able to get level 6 and 7 soon. The more blood we take per bite, the better. Level 15. God, you guys are blind, deaf, and dumb. All right.
Crush the leech, boys!
It's interesting they detected me from in here.
I cannot enter.
Interesting. I just went in a circle. Let's head down this road. So the epicenter is here. Doesn't quite seem to be it. A bombing had to occur somewhere. Somewhere in this vicinity. Heart blow up, heart blow up.
Shit! You'll pay for that!
That's the command word. It's just heart blow up, heart blow up, heart blow up. Yep, that's my ultimate ability. Heart blow up, no heart kaboot. No, just heart blows up. Nice, easy, simple. What happens? Your heart blows up. Is this mass grave the site of the bombing? It's already a massive crater. Spoke to me about bomb exploded in the East End docks. Took all he had and all he had believed in. I will say one thing, is that this game is, like, very cryptic in a lot of things.
Yes. The place has changed since the explosion, but it was definitely here. I should find some way to pay my respects. May all who suffered from this tragedy find or rest in peace.
Full disclaimer, I've never watched JoJo either, so there's that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Gravediggers died. We know what happened to them. I'm dumb. Alright, time to leave the South End, I think. Gonna try something. It probably won't work. Yep. Very, very wishful thinking that I could warp to anything. Like fast travel between places, but nope, we just gotta hoof it. Just leg it. I cast your heart explodes. Hi.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing in a place like this?
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
I hope you realize that staying here will put your life at great risk.
Pah! I'm not afraid of these guards of Priwen, or whatever these thugs call themselves. I can still kick some respect into those youngsters.
With your putty face?
I wasn't specifically referring to them, but are you really after these men? Why?
They took my boy. I've had no news since he joined that crazy gang. So I decided to come and find him myself, to get some answers.
I see. But as I said, your life is at risk if you stay here. And I'm not referring to the gangs either. You should leave, sir.
Well, this part of town used to be nicer, let's say. Perhaps you're right. This isn't the best way to save Andrew.
Now, Andrew's a name we have not heard before. I admire the old goat his chutzpah, but, yeah, now's not the time to be throwing your life away, chap. Silver mirror, huh? Dear mother, whatever happens to me, always remember that your son loves you. I know you did not always approve of the way I choose to live my life, but I won't change. Well, this is Jack. They only seem tall because we're on our knees. I won't kneel anymore.
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Perhaps Enid's son.
And presumably the boot boy that was murdered. Hey Jack, you're in here. I mean, yeah, it is what I was gonna say, is that watching will be spoilers, because...
Are you sure you'll be...
Young man.
I am, definitely going through all the side quests and all the quests. Ow. Finally. Phew. Oh. Back here.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
I managed to reach the mass grave in Southwark. It was not pleasant.
Spare me the details, Dr. Reed. All I want to know is what happened to those bastards who owed me money.
I'm afraid those bastards, as you call them, are in the mass grave.
Dead? Shit. That money would have been useful. Well, I'll tell my boys to avoid the place if it's that dangerous.
Yes. Everybody should avoid that place until further notice.
Okay then, Doctor. It looks like you deserve your reward after all. The Wet Boot Boys thank you for your help.
Okay.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
We track.
Without the Wet Boots keeping things. Straight, these parts will be running completely amok.
We'll go over here. I believe this merchant should give me the way to Enid. Alright, well. Good equipment will supplement the fact that my skills are very shit. In particular, a nice, rigorous shotgun.
It's up to us! Die, leech! Oh my! I hate leeches!
This guy's doing some fucking damage, Jesus. There we go. Hey now. I see what you're saying in chat. Let's not slander the good names of either Vampyr or Bloodborne by equating them unnecessarily to each other.
Good evening, Miss Gillingham. May I come in?
Of course, of course.
They certainly do bear some similarities. I won't deny that.
So, Dr. Tippets.
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippets.
I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Enid, have you really no idea what happened to your son? No idea at all.
I've not seen Jack for so long. I lose track of time. Has something bad happened to him?
Jack is dead, Miss Gillingham.
Of course he's not. I've seen him. Tonight, in fact. Ever the joker, Dr. Tippets.
I found this watch. It was a gift from you to your boy, wasn't it? I think it should return to you now.
Oh, I remember. Yes, I recall the day I offered Jack this watch. Oh, it was such a beautiful day. Thank you, sir.
Trinkets and possessions help us remember our past. Promise me you'll not lose it.
I would never lose anything that belonged to Jack. Why don't you take this? Dr. Tippets? Please, for your charity.
Okay.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Played Bloodborne for so long, I must be one of the 1%. Also, Bloodborne hunters are still, you know, pretty much feasting on blood. It's just that they're jamming it into their thighs. So.
Good evening, young man.
There's no need to.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. Heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the Wet Boot Boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack! Rumour has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
Interesting.
Goodbye.
Lisa, come and have a gander.
I'll see if I can gather anything additional. If not, we'll head out.
So,
Nope.
Goodbye, Miss.
Okay. Need to talk to Delaney. So we'll head back to the bar if we can. Dyson should be just in the bar. Yep, here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're a doctor.
I found the location of the explosion, Mr. Delaney. I placed a flower for you where it happened, just as you asked.
Really? That's so kind. I never thought someone would... Well, thank you, Doctor.
It's nothing, really. And I'm sorry for your loss.
What? No, I didn't know them. No car was supposed to park there that day. Stupid bastard. Why did he park there?
You're the man who hid that bomb.
I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone.
What?
I sense your guilt, Dyson. Why is that? Did you not think violence was an acceptable political tool?
I still believe our fight was just. By killing an innocent couple who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. No way.
That bomb also killed you that day, don't you see? You just die a slower death, drink by drink.
I know. Maybe I deserve judgment. Until that day, I'll just be Dyson the drunk, not Dyson the murderer.
I want you to remember the bomb, Dyson. Tell me about it.
No, I don't. I don't want to remember it.
Why use a bomb? What were you trying to destroy?
The Dawson and Dawson ammunitions factory. A symbol of violence against the people. My group wanted to destroy it to send a message.
The victims. They were not the target then.
I spent so much time figuring out the perfect moment. I used a short fuse. No car had ever parked there. They all died.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Though Aniyha is right about one thing. All of these check marks give me so much serotonin. Alright, I need to... Let's see, I need to do hide and seek. It might not be possible yet. Well, it's just straight up told in the game. I'm just gonna call you Scath, because that's the part that's easiest for my brain. It's just that the police aren't here. Like, really the only people who are allowed to run is vengeance, not the actual force of law. Which is why you're able to get away with a lot. As well, you know, medical malpractice if you wanted a vampire. That sort of thing. I think in order to get to this, I need to cut through here. So.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble.
Oh, that's an audio glitch.
Provides me and my sister a bed.
That's an audio glitch.
Lose that.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
What can you tell me about the Sad Saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the sad saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
It's doing it again.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from this.
You
no.
All right, we're gonna skip
well,
through this because this audio is very scuffed.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Paxton?
I'm fine, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye.
I know I promised you I'd make everything right, Mum. It's not been that simple.
Old newspaper. Oh, Dawson and Dawson. This would have just fucking told me where it was.
It's locked, all right.
Also, it keeps telling me to meet Edgar Swanson at the hospital, even though it's not the current objective at all. Yeah, the game's a little scuffed. And no, what Aniyha means, Scath, is that, you know, next run of Vampyr, like, I tend to 100% games. Completionism is one of my things that I aim for on this channel. So, multiple runs of Vampyr may be required in order to 100% it. This Paxton heard that Hampton sheltered for months and money or support of any kind without a positive answer from you. My boys will get what they want, except no for an answer. Huh. So Lottie's hiding a secret.
Glad to see you again, Miss.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
Yep, we have done a 100% run of Witcher 3. That was later in 2021. That was the very best vampire content.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Paxton?
I'm...
Edwina, is that... Fuck. I understand your fight, but the gangs are no joke. Are you sure you're safe?
I can defend myself. My only concern is about Giselle. I'm not sure my sister is able to fight anymore.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
This... Deanmore worries me. Perhaps Sean knows something about him.
He's right here.
There is still much work to do.
Find Sean in the area.
I cannot enter.
Ah. Sean Hampton. Here you are.
Why the long face, Doctor?
Look at you. Now I realized how people understand when they look at me and they see a vampire. He looks rougher.
It looks like we both have changed a lot. I must confess, it saddens me, Sean.
Put your faith in the Lord, Doctor. He has a plan for all of us. We may not always see it, but he does.
Since you left Pembroke, the amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are my flock. You will always find me where I am needed.
Wonders never cease. Skal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain.
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith. My will is far stronger than his.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
We are blessed, Doctor. Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand, nor the other incidents at Pembroke?
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures. I have nothing but love for all he has made.
But you were close to her?
Of course. But she was lost, separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Key of the sewers?
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I surrender myself to your judgment.
Alright. Well, we got the key of the sewers, and it's my guess that the sewers will hold the same man who's hiding. Forgive me, God, for what I'm about to confess. Sometimes I wish I never saved Dyson Delaney from drowning when he fell in the canal. Please forgive me, Lord, for I'm just a sinner. Dyson might be the most frustrating case. I try to understand why this man regularly makes me so irritated, and I found out why. Dyson stopped fighting for good and forever. Met many heavy drinkers in my life, men, women, rich, poor, young, and old. I've witnessed their fight with their demons, their past, their guilt, and their failures. Sometimes they can put a name on this inner evil of theirs. Sometimes they've never been able to identify the real cause of their despair. But in most cases, for these men and women, to drink is a way to keep fighting. Of course, it is useless and destructive, but at least if self-destruction means that something makes them suffer. Even a severe alcoholic like William Bishop keeps struggling with his addiction, asking for salvation. Dyson Delaney, however, has no hope left. He does not drink to smother his pain. I'm not convinced he consciously drinks for the sadistic joy of smothering all hope. I really don't know what is a worse sin, to deliberately cast away hope from your own heart, or complacently bask in self-destruction. Alright, first off, remove this. Explore the sewers to discover Sean Hampton's secret. Alright, I'm in for a fight this time. Poor stamina management on my part. There we go. The game could use pop culture references? Why? It's 1900s. It exists before a lot of, at least, you know, modern pop culture. I don't know if I agree with that, actually. Alright, give me your blood. Alright. That was a big old fight. Collect shells and casings and everything else from the dead. And now we have the entrance to the actual sewers. Took me a minute to load. But we're good. Fully loaded on shells. I will beware.
It's locked. That doesn't work. So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
I feel like I should probably shut that first one. Oh, actually, I could... Let's open that back up. I might be able to clear those barrels, actually.
That gate should shut properly now.
There we go. And then there's this button over here. Someone was just here. And feeding on a corpse, no less. Quite a few corpses crunched down here. Let's see. Hello, Ascalon.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon
Oh,
for too
Fergal.
long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again. The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally, a touch of lucidity. Learn to respect the laws of Ascalon.
How about you respect your heart exploding? Fergal, huh? Well, I have no particular sense of shame in being a coward. Because at range means you cannot bite me.
Skulls was singing your name.
shadows. Can't believe I fell for that.
Stay down. Your blood is now mine. Slow as a snail. How are you gonna...
Get an injection on me fast. Give me your blood.
Return to your apothecary and needles. I shall crush you. Thy neck shall snap against brittle bones, newborn. Foolish Ekon! Down, stay down. Return to your...
Gotcha. Achievement unlocked, defeat the beast. I don't know about that. I don't feel like I've adequately defeated anyone at the moment.
At least one skull escaped Virgil's wrath.
But I am way out of position in terms of finding the man in the sewers.
I cannot enter.
I presume, I guess there'll be a way out.
The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
Here's the jumping off point. Honestly, at this point, I'll slurp on a rat.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Bless you, Bridget.
Isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst.
The Sewer Skull's territory.
This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, Vampire. But thank you.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget. And this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Egon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Egon. But I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Scowl.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as lessers.
So yeah, one of the things I'm expecting at this point is retribution for killing Fergal.
So is it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
A vampire.
Sean is a Scowl. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am Old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
If I keep going.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the color of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Whatever you've done, you can't spend the rest of your life hiding here.
I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Not kill him. I'm not responsible for a murder if I didn't want to commit it. It was an accident.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
Finally found him. Alright, let's talk with Harriet Jones now. I'm very curious to see what she is.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor.
She's swelling.
So full of secrets.
I've so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
She's gonna transform into the Calamity. I'm calling it now. This broad. Sure, she's gonna transform into some kind of boss.
Your room. The blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
Yep.
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
This game says fuck landlords in general.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness. Quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Okay. Okay.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us. Spend time with us. And I may be willing to answer more questions.
Sure.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
Why do you live here, amongst filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
It's essentially like all the skull remind me very heavily of the Nosferatu in terms of Vampire the Masquerade.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the sewer skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she's a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Shornhampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout But you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you, old Bridget. I hope we'll meet again.
I was gonna say.
We're at your mercy. Will you end us? We're at your mercy. Will you end us? Your place is not here.
Can't come to quite know
We're
any of
at
these
your
people.
mercy. Will you end us? Keep your distance, Echo.
Follow the arrows. That's an arrow? That's an arrow? I'm gonna try and deal with Sean. And then we'll call it.
It's locked.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You are a fucking character. What do I even say about you, Sean?
This shelter's the tip of the iceberg. You hide your game well, I'll give you that.
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both Skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned Skull now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
He's looking directly at us.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
We've seen evidence that Skull, even well-meaning ones, turn to murder. We can't leave him like this.
Harriet, Miss Jones has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skulls, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
Let's simply agree that all are one and the same. In death, I mean.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh
Stop
of the dead.
fucking staring at me.
It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
Yeah, I know the phrase. I think it's time.
My discover is vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you, if what old Bridget says is true. I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No.
I said kneel and drink. Now.
Achievement unlocked. Sacrificial Lamb. And Mesmerize level up with new citizens to kill. Suffer my actions, eh? Alright.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
Well, we're not going there. I'm doing one last thing. Ichabod and the two. I'm seeking the serotonin. We are going back to the hospital because it is under assault.
It's a leech! Kill it!
Need to run out this way in order to get lateral. I was gonna say, if another fucking level 22 werewolf comes out and jumps me, I'd be moderately pissed. Lower Thames. Yep. Up but forward. And then I should be able to cross the bank. Somewhere here at least. Here. Limehouse Dock. Keep going. This was our turn off. Whoops.
It ain't human, fucking There's one of them. What you say? Over there. There's one of them burning. Crush the leech, boys.
I'm really not in the mood, gentlemen.
It's on to us.
God damn, there's a fucking lot of you.
Don't like that, do ya?
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about disease.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks anyway.
Goodbye, Milton.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
What new dialogue have you got, Lady Ashbury?
How are you?
I'm better than one might expect, Lady Ashbury. Dr. Swansea has asked me to investigate the recent disturbances in the hospital, caused by skulls.
Really? What do you mean?
There is something ominous closing around me, Lady Ashbury. Something spies upon me from the shadows. Something cruel and wicked.
Whatever do you mean, Jonathan?
If Sean Hampton and Harriet were not the guilty parties, then who? I saw the bodies and the blood.
Your rebirth has not gone unnoticed, Jonathan. Be extremely careful. If you get in the way of an immortal's plans...
Do you suspect someone?
I don't know, Jonathan. I steer clear of vampire politics, especially whilst hunters roam the city's streets.
I discovered the most intriguing skull. An elderly woman answering to the name of Old Bridget, and a man who helps them remain hidden in London.
Old Bridget? Peculiar name, I've never heard of her.
According to Old Bridget, skulls can lead a peaceful existence like us. They are even able to nourish themselves by feeding on corpses and the flesh of the dead.
How vile. Please, Jonathan, let's change the subject.
Skulls of London have gone into hiding. Both mortals and immortals plot their extermination.
Yes.
No spoilerinos for us, Scaff.
Of the Vampire Society. They are the shame of their genitors. A disgrace to the vampire that created them.
Goodbye for now, my lady.
Covering there. All the hospital staff, it seems, are under fatigue.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical assistance, Nurse?
I will be fine, as soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye now.
Newton Blight has a cold. Interesting. I don't know if I crafted one.
Hello again.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, Got that fear in London now.
I will seek good.
Alright. Quickly, I will make up a treatment for cold. And then give it to him.
Never say so many people. If only I were young again. Just a dozen years or so.
Falling always makes me feel. It's always a delight to see. Alright, Newton. Oswald is okay.
Hello again.
Good evening.
Do you need...
Afraid so.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You are wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good enough reason for me and Oswald to go there.
Goodbye, Mr.
Again, there's a scuffed audio. Maybe I've just been going for too long. Maybe I had that, or the code is fucking up. Pippa Hawke. Some people have advanced colds. Okay. All the rest are fatigue, thankfully. I can make another for cold. It's just inefficient that I didn't do it before.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think you caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead, yet smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
You're just fatigued.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry.
Oh, I do see his
Don't
stomach
think you can
clipping
do
through
much
his
about it.
apron.
Damage is done.
Goodbye for now.
Disgust on every street corner.
Okay, you stand up any slower.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
If you are going to lead this surgery, I'm trusting you to assume the consequences of your actions, whatever the result.
I'm not the kind of man who runs away from his responsibilities, Dr. Reed. There is no need for you to be looking over my shoulder.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Thank you for your time.
Or at least the man's got morals. Let's talk with Strickland.
Good evening, Doctor.
And good evening to...
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Goodbye, Doctor. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Mr.
You're fatigued.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail.
I was not aware suicide was a crime.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
Your empathy is remarkable, but I fear that your son's decision to end his life has already been made.
How dare you talk to a mother like that? Talk to me like that!
I'm only trying to be honest, Mrs. Goswick. As painful as this fatal end may be for you, you have to accept this is a possibility.
No, I'll never accept it. If my son was to die under your care, well, you have no idea what I'm capable of, Dr. Reed.
Well. Anyway.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this?
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Recovering. Something to be observed.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plate and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
Let's see. There we go.
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir. And I thank you for your generous donation.
Everyone's a little fucked up.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, Nurse?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Not under my watch, Nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse. It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Doctor. Do you need the proximity of the dead?
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh?
These people are dead, sir.
You may be right,
But you'll go to jail if you're caught. If ever I have to go to jail, I'm sure I'll find a way to help people there, too.
I don't really care about him
Please
stealing
show me,
from the
of
dead.
course.
If I'll be honest. Just buying opium from him and just grabbing the experience. Alright. And now we rest. Better blood spear. Let's do it. Portrait of a Sad Saint. If you've ever lived near the docks of East End, you must know who Sean Patrick Hempton is. He is the humble founder of the asylum, came from a background of misery, respected, people stay in shelter, Building looks dirty, but death toll has been low and stable for days. So we did it. The docks are 100% sanitized even. Sanitized. All right. All right. Everything has been stabilized. There you go, Aniyha. Everything and everything. Thank you all very much for watching. I gotta go to fucking bed. As always, stay safe and healthy, my friends. We will come back to this, but another day. Bye now.